Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Very good to see you all. Yeah. Good morning, Bante.
Good morning.
So today is the July 1st. And the beautiful day we are starting with the guidance of our Bante. Is we respectfully invited Bante Jinananda. Bante Jinananda is the chief abbot of the Ottawa Buddhist temple in Canada. So on behalf of our temple community and the resident monks, we warmly and very respectfully welcome our teacher Bante Jinananda. Bante Jinananda is the great meditation teacher, master, and I know that many of you already read his biography. So we are very lucky and fortunate to Bante is here with us today. Many more times he joined online sessions of programs. So this time he accepted in-person retreat. So once again, we all wishing you, Bante, good health and longevity and long life.
Thank you so much.
Well, friends, let's begin with the beautiful spiritual moment. And I have a few announcements. Sometimes you may know we have very limited space here. Many of our friends join in online YouTube, and Bante will guide you the program or until 4 p.m. and if you have any question, please feel free to ask. I'm here, and some of our members here. I know that some of you are new to this place, but you are not new to right now. Today I think the outside temperature is maybe 12, between 2 p.m. 85, and no rain. The timetable, the schedule of today's program is, I hope, Bante, you can review the programs and the lunch and everything. So hopefully we all have a great and good time to our retreat. Thank you for coming, and I wish you all have a good spiritual journey with the guidance of the Bante Jinananda. Thank you, Bante.
Good morning, everyone. I wish you the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem for a happy and peaceful day. Thank you, Bante Panyasiri, for the nice welcome for me and all of us in this retreat. It is, as you said, it is a beautiful day for us. July 1st is considered the Independence Day for many people here, as I know. Anyway, we are going to be free from unwholesome thought in mind and cultivate wholesome thought, and we are going to be free from all the obstacles. So to begin with, I just want to talk a little bit about how I am here today. Bante Panyasiri invited me for this program in February. he said that if you could come here and do some meditation with our friends at the New England Buddhist Vihara and Meditation Center, it would be a great help. Actually, it was the time I was making my annual schedule, so that I was able to reserve the day for today to be here. So I am very happy that I can see you, and those friends who join with us online also are very wholesome energy for us, not only yours but everyone who participate in. So if you cannot pronounce my name, it's fine. Bhante is a common title for each and every Buddhist priest. So I'm Bhante and I do not know any one of your names. It's fine, because since we are in the framework of a spiritual practice, we are all wholesome friends. So that's fine. With the advice of Bhante Panyasri and also Bhante Sirivimala, I just want to make few important announcements to make the retreat very profitable. I think all of you switch off your phone, right, and participate in the meditation with zero connection with outside world. That is a must, because you are here to practice mindfulness meditation along with the other spiritual qualities. It is very important for us to isolate ourselves from the common ground we live on everyday life. The other thing is this notice, this is a sticker. It says Noble Silence, and Bhante has prepared many stickers over there on the countertop, and he wanted me to say to you to have one, not now. If any one of you can go and yeah. So this is called Noble Silence, which means you are completely silent, which means you don't talk. At the same time, there is a part in Noble Silence that you are that your mind is not talking as well. It's a difficult thing, but we try for that. So have it over here. So then somebody is trying to talk to you and see this, so that they are not going to talk to you. I know that the method you follow at this monastery is very nice. No talk at all, even on full moon day practices. That is very nice. But it is better for us to have it over here, just to give a kind of message to others that we are not talking throughout all day here during the retreat. The next, I just want to inform you about the schedule. We follow this schedule in order for us to meditate not only in the sitting posture, but every minute without the posture. So right now it's 8:40. So we are going to observe 8 precepts along with short Vandana, just to pay our respect to the Supreme Buddha, and that will be happening right now until 9 a.m. So from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. we are going to sit and meditate with instruction. I'm going to explain you the method of meditation we practice here today, so that you can do meditation without any problem. And if you have any issue like coughing and need some water, I think they are available here as well as downstairs. So you can slowly go downstairs over here and take whatever you want. And then from 10 to 10:15 we are going to have a short tea break. So it's up to you to drink tea or anything. So it's only for 15 minutes. During that period you can use the washroom as well. And then from 10:20 to 11:15 we meditate again on the cushion here. Then we are going to have Buddha Vandana before taking our lunch. So that is the usual schedule for the morning session. And we have more than 1 hour for lunch and also clean up. So we'll be doing that without any talk, without any rush, because we have enough time. And from 1 to 1:30, depending on the advice by Bhante Panyasari, we go out or do walking meditation. If the air quality is not good, he may ask us to stay inside and do walking meditation here in this hall or in the library downstairs. We can manage. If he asks us to go out and do walking meditation, we definitely go to the entrance of the building and do walking meditation for 30 minutes. Then sitting meditation again before tea break, and then after tea break we have a question and answer session. And if you have any questions and you don't want to say it openly, you can write them down in a piece of paper and give it to me and without your name, so that I can read them through and answer the questions. Otherwise you can ask any questions from here. I do not know whether those online participants ask questions, because I have no availability here to reach to computer and read. Anyway, those who are here can ask questions either without a paper or just in a normal way. So this is the schedule we have to follow. So if you have any questions, you can ask now, so I can give a short answers about anything to prepare for meditation. So as many of you know, we observe 8 precepts, which means we are physically and mentally and verbally prepared for meditation. That's the very meaning of observing 8 precepts. One of the Buddha's saying is Samadhi Sangvattanika Sila. The Sila or the moral principles are being observed by people just to clear their mind for concentration. So there are 8 in numbers, and if you wish to look at and recite after me, you can take this book from there. Otherwise you can repeat after me, okay? Which is easy, is repeat after me without looking at the book, right? All right. So I'm sorry if my words are not that clear for you, right? Sometimes we say Pali words, we may say such words. If you are not understanding those words, I'm sorry. I try to avoid these technical terms and simple as much as I can, so that you can follow. First of all, as I said, we go to observing 8 precepts. So you can just put your hands together to respect the Buddha and repeat after me. So the meaning of this is that you vow yourself in front of the Buddha, in front of the meditation teacher, that you try your best to observe 8 precepts throughout the day, so that your mind is free from various hustle bustle busy nature. Okay, sounds good? Okay. Let's say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, namo tassa 3 times. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma. Repeat after me. Buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි ဒုတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි බුද්ධං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි ධම්මං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တတိယံ පි සංඝං සරණං ගච්ඡාමි တိสารณගමනං සම්පුන්නං ปานาติปาตาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิอดินนาดานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิอับรักมจริยาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิมุสาวาดาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิสุราเมรยมัจจปมาดัฏฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามิวิกาลโภจนาเวรมณีสิกขาปดังสมาธิยามินัจจกีตวาดิตวิสุขดัสสนมาลากันเดวิเลปนධාරණ මණ්ඩන විභූෂණට්ඨානා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි උච්චාසයන මහාසයනා වේරමණී සික්ඛාපදං සමාදියාමි තිසරණේන සද්දින් අට්ඨාංග සීලං ධම්මං සමාදයිත්වා සාදුකං සුරක්ඛිතං කତ୍වා අප්පමාදේන සම්පාදේත. Okay, with your palms together, we are going to respect the Supreme Buddha and the Dhamma and the Sangha by reciting very important 3 stanzas. If you know the 3 stanzas, you can recite with me. Otherwise, you can concentrate on the Buddha qualities and the Dhamma qualities and the Sangha qualities. May these blessings be with all of us, and may we all able to practice meditation by the power of the blessings of the Noble Triple Gem. With this wholesome thought in mind, let's recite the 3 stanzas to pay our due respect to the Supreme Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho vijjācarana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sārati sattā deva manussanang buddho bhagavāti Swakato bhagavata dhammo sanditthiko akaliko ehi passiko opanayiko paccatang veditabbo viññohiti supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ujjupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ñāyapatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Sāmicipatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho Yadidang cattari purisa yugani atta purisa puggala Esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho Ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo Anuttarang puññaketang Lokasati sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, friends, that's all for observing precepts and also respecting the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. By observing precepts, we promise ourselves that we follow the training principles up to the point of concentration, and by respecting the Buddha and his teaching and the followers of the Buddha, we admire their service to us, as well as we try our best to be like those great disciples of the Buddha. Now, I just want to talk about the meditation a little bit. The Buddha has admired the importance of meditation for everyone. Bhikkhus, bhikkhunis, disciples of the Buddha has been categorized into four as ordained disciples, male and female bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, and also lay followers in the same way. And the meditation is for everyone. That's why you are here. You know the value of meditation and you want to try out once again, so that you are here. What does meditation give us? That is a question we all should ask ourselves. In one of the beautiful prayers, the commentator Venerable Buddha Ghosa said in clear voice that bhaveti kusala dhamme vaddeti etayati bhavana. The meditation is a process to cultivate skillfulness in mind, such as concentration, mindfulness, concentration, perseverance, and wisdom. With that explanation, we know that meditation is to enrich our mind with all the necessary qualities for peace and happiness. In day-to-day life, we lack of mindfulness, we lack of proper wisdom, we lack of perseverance. So we isolate from usual environment we live and try to pay attention to physical and mental and verbal activities as much as we can, so that the mind is going to be less busy in the first place, and next we are going to take it into a one-pointedness, which means one at a time we think this and that, so that the mind is having relaxation. As a result, we can feel the life better. So meditation is a vast subject. However, with the word bhavana, we come to an understanding that we are going to be mindful about each and every activity, physical or mental. I know that many of you have been meditating for a long time, so that it is easier to give some tips of meditation, tips of successful meditation. We practice Anapanasati meditation, mindfulness on in and out breathing. As soon as we start meditation, we do not go to observe in-breath and out-breath. It is very beneficial for us to understand the body as it is, because it is the most important elements we have to be focused in terms of practicing good meditation. So we first become mindful about the body. Then we understand that there are hindrances, barriers for successful meditation. It could be either the air quality or the temperature, it could be sounds, it could be various other mental state that arise and pass away. At each of these obstacles, what and how we do, just simply understand that they are only thoughts, only sounds. Or when you feel that your mind goes somewhere to something, maybe to your home, maybe such things, just make a mental note that my mind is going somewhere and I am taking it back. Simple techniques works well for you to go forward in the meditation. Time to time your mind goes and wander here and there, and you take it back. Then the mind gets used to it. Okay, I should be here. This is the only thing I do. In addition, don't forget that you meditate. Sometimes due to the calmness you achieve through meditation, you now feel better, and now you do not know what you do. It's a state of unawareness of who you are and what you do. So be mindful about it. To overcome it, just be aware that I meditate. If you feel sleepy, it happened because it's we do meditation with closed eyes, so that there are other reasons for sleepiness. If you feel sleepy, just rub your face and change your posture slowly, mindfully, and then if you have water to drink, do it slowly. So by doing those simple things, you can overcome sleepiness. If it's terrible, just stand up and stay in a standing position with mindfulness about the posture, so that you can overcome sleepiness. There may be other hindrances, but as you have been meditating, I think you could overcome them. So when you continue your meditation on breathing, you feel your breath into a certain extent. If you don't feel it, just make sure that you take lungful intentional breathing, just to remind you that breathing is very visible to you. Then watch it. It is like a cycle, right? in the text like Anapanasati Sutta, Mahasatipatthana Sutta. There are so many important elements given by the Buddha. But when we do it practically, there is a particular way we can go. Individually, your way of looking at breath would be different. Sometimes instructions are given to look at the belly because it goes up and down, sometimes the tip of the nose. In the text, there is no particular place mentioned, Parimukhang sating upattapetva, which means we keep our attention over here where our breathing cycle is taking place. So, with the sensation of the breath through the nostril, you can feel it. So, that's the focal point for focus. So, look at that breath and it goes in and comes out. There are two important point to be focused. When the air touches the nostril, be mindful. That is the arising of breath. And inside of the tunnel and closer to, in the lungs, there is a time that the in-breath ends and out-breath starts. There is a short gap. And arising of out-breath should be noticed, and also the end of out-breath. Then there is a new in-breath. So, when you give a kind of friendly command to your mind to see this cycle of breathing cycle, there is nothing for your mind to do except this breathing cycle. As a result, after some time, depending on the personal skills, you will feel that the breath is being very smooth and gentle, and then you feel your mind is over here right now with the breathing cycle. There you feel the body has also been in the same mode. No pain, no stress, no anxiety, no any problem physically or mentally. This gives the growth of rapture, a kind of internal peace arising in your mind that I do this well. That joy is so important for us. At that rapture, joy arises, then tranquility. Your mind is so happy and relaxed and calm, and you feel it. At the same time, in the background of your mind, you see the breath, sounds come, maybe different things happen around you, but you are not disturbed by them because you have achieved a certain peaceful state of your mind. So that you are to do more on the same thing you have been doing. That is, of course, samadhi, arising of concentration. So then your mind is calm and peaceful, and one part of breathing meditation is to see the changing phenomena of your mind and body. We all know that everything is impermanent, right? The breath is impermanent. The breath goes in and comes out, and the next time a different breath is going in and coming out. The breathing cycle itself teaches us the theory of impermanence. And you look at your feeling, you can look at your mind and mental state. These are some of the wonderful things we can do in the breathing meditation. Okay, so I think this is good enough to begin. It's 9:04 now, and we have 55 minutes to meditate now from now on. If your posture is not comfortable, just make it very comfortable. When the Buddha, as the Bodhisattva, sat under Bodhi tree for his enlightenment, He had that wish in his mind that I do not stand from this position until without attainment to enlightenment. It's called great perseverance. Similarly, sit on your cushion with upright body, wishing yourself happiness and peace, and everyone else here, and also those who join with us online. And I meditate for mental peace and happiness, achieving nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, close your eyes with gentle attitudes toward you. Be mindful about the meditation bell. Be mindful about the presence of you in this meditation program. Feel the body from the central part of your head. You feel the whole head with its sensation. Bring attention down to forehead. Just simply look at each of these body parts with compassionate thoughts in mind. Eyebrows, eyes, the nose, lips, and the chin and the cheeks. Feel the tickling sensation of the face. Go down to the neck and feel it well. Feel the shoulder muscles. If you keep them tight, you can feel it. So make it relaxed by moving your shoulders. Now you scan both hands from shoulders to palms and fingers. Bring attention up to your chest and slowly go down to the belly, the navel area. Feel the vibration of the body with the breathing. Now you can feel the back of your body from top place of your spinal cord to the bottom of it. Have a look the area you feel well, the buttock, the cushion touch, and then slowly to right legs and left leg, starting from thigh and kneecap and lower part of your legs to feet and toes. You even see the color of your clothes between the clothes and your skin. That feeling, sensation is always visible. Having seen the body in such a way, bring attention up to the nostril, closer to it, and feel the in-breath and out-breath. Be happy that you are here for this wonderful experience. With that happiness in mind, observe in-breath when it goes in and the out-breath when it comes out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Let this breathing cycle happen naturally and observe in-breath and out-breath as they are. be mindful about the variation of in-breath and out-breath. It could be either long or short in-breath and out-breath. See these changes happen in the breathing cycle. when the breath becomes smooth and subtle, there is that happiness in peace, in mind. If you have any obstacle, like wandering mind, just look at that mind directly. Imagine that there is a flame of a candle in front of you. It is burning without any disturbances. Look at that flame of the candle, then your mind become like the candle flame, still and calm. Breathe in. Breathe out. Be mindful about the posture from top to bottom, across the body. You are watching in-breath and out-breath of the body. In a short while, we are going to change the posture from sitting to standing. Make a mental note before the action so that you are aware of what you are going to do. Slowly and mindfully stretch your legs. Feel the sensation of the body. You hear the sounds, they are only sounds. Do not go behind the sound, but be mindful about changing body. With the bell again, you start changing posture from sitting to standing. Be mindful about when you stand up. As soon as you stand up, be mindful about your standing body. Feel the feet and see the standing body from feet to the top of the head. Keep the chin level parallel to the floor. Feel the feet and slowly bring attention through the body to the top. You can be mindful about the posture. In addition, the breathing, see how you keep your hands In 2 minutes time, you are going to take the break. So make a mental note about it now. Be mindful about how your mind create thoughts about your body, about the actions you are going to do. At the end, mindfulness means seeing the arising and passing of mental states in your mind. So long you keep your attention towards your mind, there is that alertness, decision making ability is there in your mind. Okay, now we take the break. It does not mean that we stop meditation. We are mindful about walking. We are mindful about drinking tea, water. When we turn around, we become mindful. In such a way, we become mindful about each and every activity. No talk, no any other involvement with anything, but you are meditating and doing certain things just to have a break from the particular meditation subject called breathing. So we now take a 15 minutes break and come back to your meditation cushion at about 10:15. When you come to your cushion, do not sit down immediately. Stand there for a while to make sure that you are mindful about the posture you are in. Do not need to rush to your cushion. Be mindful on the posture, whether you are walking or doing something, it's fine. Prepare your mind to take the physical action. Sitting, always you think and do actions. So that is what we see in the mind. So with that mental awareness about the changing posture, you may sit now. See the feelings of the body and the mind. It is your mind recognizes the feeling of the body itself. Our mind could attach to this pleasant feeling, but be smart and wise that this feeling is impermanent. They are subject to change. In the four foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha has taught us that nothing is existing forever. The pleasant attitudes in our mind at this moment and the situation of the body, they are all going to change. With this idea in mind, we begin meditation on breath. It taught us how to be mindful about the initial breath. Since you have been mindful about it for a certain period of time, we go to see the mind, feeling and mental state with the awareness of the breath in this 50 minutes period of meditation. Now you become mindful about the breath. Make it smooth and calm by direct attention to it. Feel happy and joyful and also compassionate. While breathing in and out, we become mindful about the feelings, Vedana, whether it is pleasant or unpleasant or neutral, it's fine. Be mindful about it. We feel the in-breath and out-breath, and at the same time, there is a knowledge about what kind of feelings we have in the body. the feelings that you are aware as the nature of arising and passing. Now, being sensitive to your mind, take in-breath and out breath. Chitta patisangvedi assasissami sikkati passasissami sikkati. It is your mind sees the breath. It is your mind understand the aggregate of feeling. So be mindful about your mind when it focuses the breath, the feelings, and so on. what you have in mind is called thoughts. They are sometimes related to peace and happiness, sometimes otherwise. At this moment, what you have in your mind, be mindful about thoughts. Just like this breath starts and ends, all the phenomena in mind begins and end. They arise and passes away. Be mindful about this fleeting nature of thoughts, feeling, and also various other elements in the body and mind. Breathe in. when we look at the body, the feeling, the mind and mental state, they are all subject to change. One of the fundamental teachings in this universe is impermanent. This breath teaches us that it arises and passes away constantly. Similarly, the breathing, the feeling, the mind, everything be mindful about the impermanence of each aspect of mind and body. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Supreme Buddha. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Noble Dhamma. By this practice of Dhamma, in accord with the Dhamma, I venerate the Noble Sangha. Imaya Dhammanu Dhamma Patipattiya Buddhaṃ Pujemi. Imaya Dhammanu Dhamma Patipattiya Dhammaṃ Pujemi. Imaya Dhammanudhamma patipattiya Sanghang pujemi. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, friends, we are going to change the posture from sitting to standing mindfully. Before you stretch your legs and ready for standing, have that mind that you are going to stand, and slowly, mindfully do it just to protect the awareness of the body and feeling. Whenever you're ready, you can stand up and stay mindful on that posture. See the changing feeling, and the body has taken another posture. You see the breath Okay, now we are moving to next item, that is offering the puja to the Supreme Buddha. So we do mindful recitation on the Buddha qualities. To do that, so in each moment, we try our best to be mindful about the action, particularly about our mind and mental state. That's how we maintain the level of mindfulness we practice and continue to practice the same thing. Be mindful about the hindrances. Depending on the changing postures and things we do, hindrances might arise, such as restlessness, wandering mind. So as long as you become mindful about such things, there is a great chance of removing them in mind as they arise. So in a short while we do the Buddha Puja. Get ready for it. Now we all sit down again and do chanting. Okay. Okay, so the Buddha Puja tray is coming and we can make a line to touch the Buddha Puja tray. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa.
These are the sponsors.
Okay.
The cutting sponsors.
Okay. Do I need to give 5 precepts? No. No. Okay. Okay, Venerable members of Mahasangha, dear friends, we are going to offer the Buddha Puja. Today's dana is sponsored by Samurdhi Vijaysundaran Sajani Liyanage, Roshan Udalamatta and Sachinta Vijayasinghe, Asanga Bandar and Paboda Hettige, Hasita Gamuge and Harini Pereira. They are offering dana to Venerable Mahasangha also and all the participants in the retreat. With such compassionate mind, we think about their well-being and happiness. We of course transfer merits to their departed relatives. We wish them happiness and peace. With that wholesome thought in mind, let's begin the Buddha Puja. The Buddha Puja is the first part of the dana these wonderful people offered. So by thinking the great virtues of the Buddha, we offer the Buddha Puja as a respect to him for what he had been doing for 45 years of his life. And we also remembered the great virtues of the Dhamma and Sangha. So by doing this Buddha Puja, the merits should go to the sponsors of the dana and also all the monks and all the meditators for cultivating Dhamma that is necessary for Nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, put your hands together to recite gathas with venerable monks, and we recite gathas together to respect the Buddha. And if you do not know the gathas, just be mindful about the rhythm of the chanting and have a great respect to the Supreme Buddha. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Itipiso bhagava arahang samma sambuddho. Vijjācarana sampanno sugato lokavidu. Anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati. Sattā deva manussanang buddho bhagavati. Swakhato bhagavata dhammo sanditthiko akaliko ehi passiko opanayiko paccattang veditabbo viññohiti. Supatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho. Ujjupatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho. Ñāyapatipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho. Sāmici patipanno bhagavato sāvaka sangho. Yadidang cattare purisa yugani atta purisa puggala. Esa bhagavato sāvaka sangho. Ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang puññakettang lokassati. Nivedayami sambuddhang Vitaragang mahamuning nimantayami sugatang lokajitang narasabang ganasarapadittena dipena tama Tilokadipang sambuddhang pujayami tamonudang adivase tuno bante paniyang parikappitang anukampang upadaya Patigannhatu adivase tuno bante bojanang parikappitang anukampang upadaya patigannhatu uttamang adivase tuno bante sabbang saddaya pujitang anukampang upadaya patigannatu imina punya kammena mame bala samagamu satang samagamo hotu yava nibbana pattiya. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now, after the Buddha Puja, we are going to dedicate the next part of the dana to Mahasangha. Representing Mahasangha, myself and Bhante Panyasiri, Bhante Srimula are here to accept your dana. Offering dana to Mahasangha is a great meritorious deed. It is not only giving you merits, it also provides us a clear mind to understand the kusala. In many discourses, the Buddha has clearly mentioned that whether you are a monk or a lay person, we all need to practice generosity just to prepare our mind for a long journey in meditation. When we give, there is a peace and happiness in mind. So these four families, Samurdhi and Sajani, Roshan and Sachinta, Asanga and Paboda, Hasita and Harini. I know that they are very good friend of this temple, the meditation center. They are not doing this dana offering only for the first time. They have been doing it for throughout their life, so that they know the significance of giving, especially for the monks who have been practicing their Dhamma for enlightenment, and also these wonderful people who observe 8 precepts and meditate for their well-being and happiness. So think about the power of the dana for you, for the benefit of you right now, and also attaining nirvana. So with this wholesome thought in mind, first recite these Pali phrases to offer the dana to Mahasangha. By the power of these merits, may our family, may our friends and departed relatives be in peace. Most importantly, may we all attain nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, put your hands together and recite this stanza to offer dana to Mahasangha. Imang bhikkhang bhikkhu sanghassa dema. Imang bhikkhang bhikkhu sanghassa dema. Imang bhikkhang bhikkhu sanghassa dema. Next, these wonderful people would like to offer you dana. You also dedicate your life for practicing meditation to develop the necessary conditions for enlightenment. You are special people today. Think about it. So when you practice Dhamma in such a way, you are just like a magnet. You can make people happy by way of all kind of physical behaviors and so on. So that if you want to give the maximum merits for these 4 families for their offering, just have this thought in mind that we consume this food for practicing meditation and attaining enlightenment. That very thought gives them so much merits. And those devotees, Samurdhi, Sajani, Roshan, Sachinta, Asanga, Paboda and Hasita and Harini, just offer the next part of the dana to these wonderful people who practice meditation today, and by the power of these merits, may we all attain nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, say sadhu to offer dana to devotees. So now we kindly remember your departed relatives who passed away recently, long time ago, and think about your friends and those people that you know who passed away. May these wonderful people receive these blessings. If they are in a proper place, may they be able to develop their life further, and if not, may these merits be with them for them to make their life happy and attain nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, say sadhu to transfer merits to departed relatives. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And now we share the merits with devas, the divine entities who are here with us and who also protect this temple and who help these wonderful people. Those divine beings be also in mindfulness, concentration and wisdom to achieve nirvana. By the power of these merits, may they all be well, happy and peaceful. With this wholesome thought in mind, to share the merit with devas, say sadhu once again. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. So this is a retreat time. So we do everything in a short way. I think Bhante Panyasri will say some certain things if I miss anything. So right now, just make a great wish. By offering dana to Supreme Buddha and also Mahasangha and those great disciples who are here today, you accumulated a lot of merits. By the power of these merits, may you attain nirvana and your family, your relatives and everyone. And those wonderful monks, including Bhante Panyasri and Sirimula, they are very dedicated priests. You are so lucky to have them. So make a great wish that may they also develop their Dhamma and attain nirvana. And may these wonderful people who participate here in person and also those people who join with us online be in nirvana with this wholesome thought in mind. With that in mind, say sadhu 3 times. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, we are going to conclude the Buddha Puja and offering dana to everyone by reciting auspicious stanzas. Put your hands together and receive blessings from Venerable Mahasangha. Sabbitiyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu mate bhavatvantarayo sukhi digayuko bhava bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada sotti bhavantu te. Okay, that's all for this moment. Those who meditate should continue their meditation with mindfulness on each activity, especially when you go to lunch. Be mindful about taking plates and eating and sitting and drinking water. So that's the way that we protect mindfulness. So I kindly request everyone to be mindful in such a way. Thank you. Shall we start? Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a very good lunch. They offered us lunch with compassion, and we consume lunch with compassion so that everything is good. I think we can begin the afternoon session with instruction given by Bhante Panyasri. According to the schedule, we were supposed to start the program at 1 p.m. but everybody is done with the lunch and related things, so that we begin the afternoon session well before the schedule mentioned, so that we can have much time for walking meditation and also sitting meditation. So we before we start walking meditation, I just want to make a great appreciation. Bhante Panyasri and Bhante Srinimala work so hard for us to provide this opportunity to meditate for peace and happiness. I came here 2 days ago, and I knew how dedicated they are to provide you this opportunity with all the facilities. Without such dedication and compassion and kindness, we cannot do this kind of group meditation programs. So first and foremost, I would like to share the merits with both venerable monks. While they are practicing Dhamma for their benefits, one of the practices they do always is to provide you facilities to cultivate wholesome Dhamma. By the power of all these merits, may they be physically and mentally healthy and prosperous, and while they are making sure that the center is ready for all of you, may they be able to make their mind towards the qualities of nirvana and attain enlightenment in this very life. Let's have that thought in mind to bless them. And I know that those friends who joined with us online from their home had lunch, and try your best to get the instruction of walking meditation, and if possible get out of your meditation cushion to the backyard or front yard and do walking meditation, because it's really important. So walking meditation, it's called Sakmang Bhavana in Sinhala, Chankamana in Pali. It means that we try our best to be mindful about our body and mind during walking. If you read Satipatthana Sutta in Digha Nikaya and Majjhima Nikaya and elsewhere, you can see how the Buddha admired this particular meditation. Walking meditation is a really important practice. Why? In Chankama Sutta, in Anguttara Nikaya, numerical discourses of the Buddha, he mentioned some benefits of walking meditation. The first benefit of walking meditation is the long journey. When you walk back and forth as a practice, your body gets some exercise for your legs and for your whole body, so that you can walk long distance. I know that you are not going to do it as a practice, but if you happen to walk long distance, it's not a problem for you. So because your body is well practiced for such endeavors. Those days monks and nuns and even lay people used their feet for walking long distance. Many people didn't have vehicles, so that walking meditation was really good, especially for monks, for sitting meditation. When they went on alms round for several villages, they had to walk, and when they want to move their residence from one monastery to the other, they walked several miles, so that walking would be very good for them, so that they practice walking meditation, and that's the first result. You can walk long distance. The second result is it's giving us so much energy for striving. In the name of striving, what we do is taking unwholesome roots out from our mind and cultivate wholesomeness. So basically, either on sitting posture or in other postures, we try our best to understand our mind and remove impure thoughts. So it needs some patience, courage, physical and mental strength, and that is being developed with walking meditation, because you focus your body and movements of the body and walk back and forth, so that the training you get out of walking meditation help you overcome negativities. And the third result is less disease. That is for sure, that we don't get various type of troublesome illnesses with walking meditation. So if you do it continuously in a meditative style, you get not only physical exercise, it's also helpful for mental peace and happiness. The fourth result is the food you already had is digested well, right? Right now we feel sleepy because of the very delicious food, right? You enjoyed them very much, and its body is into a certain extent exhausted with the food. With walking meditation, you can overcome that sleepiness in the mind and body into a greater extent. For meditators, sleepiness is not a good thing. It's a hindrance. So you can overcome it by doing walking meditation. That's the fourth result. And the fifth one, the last one, is the samadhi. The concentration you develop in walking meditation is stronger and exists for a long time. If you can concentrate your posture, the walking posture, the nature of your mind while peaceful walking, the samadhi is achieved. Samadhi is one-pointedness. The first quality of the samadhi is one-pointedness. Your mind is centered here with the body, with the walking posture, so that you sit and easily concentrate. So it's a simple thing. If you can concentrate while moving your body, why not you can meditate and attain samadhi in sitting posture? It's easier. Excuse me. These are the 5 results, benefits Buddha has given in that particular discourse, Chankama Sutta. So in order to achieve these benefits, how do we walk? Bhante Panyasari advised us to go out and practice walking meditation on the path to the monastery. So we all go there to the front of the building and make a one line, and I will be in front of you, and we do walking meditation silently, looking at couple of feet ahead of us. So if you go to a forest monastery where walking meditation trail are built, you can see that they are not that long. It says in the text that between 25 to 35 paces should be there. It's like 25 to 35 steps, maybe a little more than that. Why we have that kind of short distance for walking meditation if we do it technically? Because when we do maybe 1 mile walk, our concentration would be lost. So you walk 25 or 35 paces, so you keep your attention with the body, and then when you go to one end, you do not immediately turn to the other side. You just stand position for several seconds and be aware that you are in standing position, and then slowly turn, being mindful about turning, and then you start walking back to the same place you started walking. So that's how we do a walking meditation on the particular trail for walking meditation. But here we have the road. It's not that kind of thing. So anyway, we can do this. Gacchanto va gacchami iti pajanati. In the Satipatthana Sutta, we have this statement: when you walk down, you become mindful that I am walking. Teachers from different background ask us to practice mindfulness with walking. It is possible if we do slow walking, like very slowly, because you synchronize your step with breathing. Let's try that when we get out of the building. But basically, following the sutta, I recommend you to be mindful about walking postures, lifting and placing your legs, and then keep the idea that body is walking, not you. In Satipatthana, it is said that Atti kayotiva panassa sati pachupattita hoti. Atti vedana sumana. There is only a body that is walking. There is only a feeling that is always arising and passing. No I walk, no I experience pleasant and so on. Because if we put I into it, easily it could be egoistic mind, easily it could be something negative. But just neutralize the situation that it's not me. Of course, conventionally it is me walking down, back and forth, but we make the sense that the body is walking, body is taking the steps, and so forth. So that's what I actually wanted to share before walking meditation. So let's go out and do some walking meditation. The other thing I just want to add is that if you keep vipassana inside or into this meditation, for example, skeleton like body is walking, right? This body is made up of 4 elements, as you know. So if you have that thought that this 4 element is walking, that is also very good, because at the end our effort is to take our mind out from hindrances, right? In order to be in samadhi, or in order to take your mind out of hindrances, you have to look at yourself from neutral point of view. Okay, any concern and questions about walking? No questions. So I would like to ask our friends who join online, so please go outside of the house and do some walking meditation for 30 minutes. Now time is 12, let's say 50. So we practice walking meditation until 1:20. Okay, so we can go out and have your shoes on. That's all you need, right? Okay. Okay, friends, let's begin the meditation again on the cushion. We have been meditating in walking posture for nearly 40 minutes. Originally we planned it for 30 minutes, but it took 40 minutes. It's fine because you have been in the sitting posture quite often, but not with walking meditation. So it's really good, and we had challenges, right? To concentrate our mind on the posture. Sometimes it went to different places, but we took it back. So that's how training period usually spend with. Anyway, it's a good practice. I think now basically you don't have sleepiness, right? Because of the lunch and the time that you spend with meditation made you a little bit exhausted, but it's gone. That's how we rejuvenated our mind in the practice. We change the posture, we change the way of practicing meditation so that body itself, mind itself give a lot of energy to re-begin the meditation. Okay, according to a schedule, we can sit for, now time is 1:45. We can sit for another 30 minutes before the tea break. So let's practice mindfulness on breathing with special attention to impermanence. If you look at the steps of mindfulness on in and out breathing, you can see the perception of impermanence should also be practiced at the end of the to the end of the mindfulness of in and out breathing meditation. We touch this aspect of in and out breathing upon a little bit in the morning. We are to look at ourselves with the absolute truth. What is the absolute truth? What is the fundamental truth of our body and mind? If the fundamental truth, yes, of the body and mind is nothing but the four elements: solidity, cohesion, heat and air. Only these four natures together make this body. From the language, from the cultural aspect, we say this is a human body, this is my head, this is my hands and legs, heart, liver. They are all given names. From a different language, we have different names for them. So basically what it has, the nature of solidity, cohesion, heat and air. So if you analyze yourself as a combination of four great elements, that's the absolute truth of the body or any material thing out of the body. This nature of material body is well taken by the conscious mind. When we talk about the mind with its basic nature, there is no color, there is no shape. It's all knowing. So when you look at your body from Vipassana type, you look at the body in such a way, and also the mind. So therefore, there is no I, me and myself. It's somewhat scary, right? Because you came to meditation and you found out that there is no I, which is something scary. No, it is the absolute truth. It is we who pinpoint that I here and I exist here. This is a very fundamental, very deep teaching, but we can go to it just by looking at our body and mind from the with the perception of impermanence. The breath itself, as I told you earlier, teaches us the impermanence. The breath we take in is not going out in the same way. It is a different volume of air going out. Oxygen is taking in, and what is releasing? Carbon dioxide. Am I right? I am not a scientist. I do not know any of those things. But I heard that that we inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. So the theory of impermanence is manifested with the breathing. And what about feeling? What about the mind? What about the mental state we always create? They are always unique, different from the previous one. So no need to go out and see the falling leaves and snow melting and other things to see impermanence. The best place you can see the impermanence is this body, the breath. So let's go to that type of vipassana meditation within this 25 minutes so that we at least cover all the aspects of meditation. First, concentration. We tranquilize our mind into a great extent, and based on tranquilized mind, we are going to see the whole truth of the body and mind. Okay? All right, sit comfortably. Take a deep breath with compassion for you. You deserve compassion, self-compassion, because this body is subject to impermanence, subject to all kind of changes, so that giving some compassion for this body is required. Take another deep breath and release it slowly, mindfully. Let your calm mind seize the breath as it is, with the perception of impermanence. The breath arises and passes away. The feelings, the mind, they all have the same pattern of arising and passing. The sound you hear, they are also changing from moment to moment. Do you see that the body and mind, they are all single processes but work together? The breathing starts and the lungs help the blood circulation. This body is nothing but various elements, and it is this conscious mind, feel it well and direct it to function. Please try to understand the qualities for enlightenment, mindfulness. It is mindfulness watch these subtle happenings in the body and mind. It is perseverance that helps mindfulness to continuously exist. It's called mental energy. Being able to stay longer in this observation is the sign of concentration. See the seed of concentration. Recognizing unwholesome state and also wholesome state, and avoiding unwholesome states and cultivating wholesome state is wisdom. It seizes everything as they are. What you can see in the body and mind is conditional states. From moment to moment, the process is going on, physical and mental. They are all considered as sankhara, which means they are created by the mind. The body also is a creation of this mind. The mind is created within the 6 sense bases. Even these words you hear is internalized with perception in the sense basis, seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching and thinking. This is the beginning of mind in the senses. So friends, consider that nothing is created alone. Everything is created together in the mind. When causes and conditions come together in such a way, things arise, and when the same causes and conditions do not come together, they do not exist. This is the nature of sankhara, the conditional formation. This fathom-long body is a sankhara. Everything you remember is sankhara. What you do now is creating sankhara. But make sure to have wholesome sankhara, wholesome formation in mind. If anyone understand that all sankharas, all formation are impermanent, with wisdom, they are going to detach from everything. That is the path for mental purification. All conditioned states subject to suffering, unsatisfactoriness. If one understands this reality with wisdom, he or she is going to detach from all the conditioned states. This is the path to purification. They are all phenomena, things that have the nature of arising and passing. Nobody can take those phenomena as mine, myself, I, they, themselves, because they are always subject to suffering, subject to impermanence, and there is nothing to take as solid, mine. If one understands all phenomena in this way with wisdom, they are going to embrace emptiness, detachment, dispassion, and peace. This is the perfect purity of mind. Reflect these words of the enlightened Supreme Buddha about all sankharas and their nature by seeing your body and mind and their interrelatedness. Sambhe sankhara anicchati yada paññāya passati atanimbindati dukke esa mango visuddhiya sabbe sankhara dukkhati yada paññāya passati atanimbindati dukke esa mango visuddhiya sabbe dhamma anattati yada paññāya passati atanimbindati dukke esa mango visuddhiya. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Okay, friends, we are going to take a short break. Before that, be mindful about every aspect of your mind and body. Having cultivated your mind on conditions of the body, you have a type of habit to be mindful about certain happenings. As we cultivated, as we understood, the mind is something always process, move forward along with the physical body. The birthplace of mind is nothing but the six senses. So if you become mindful about seeing, hearing, tasting, touching and smelling, even thinking, there you have the right mindfulness. Because the purity or impurity start with the sensory experience. And if you become mindful about it, there you are. You have done the right thing. So friends, having that idea in mind, let's go to tea break for 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, we start the Q&A session, and we can discuss the questions about various things, including meditation today. And if you do not want to speak up, just write down your questions and give it to Bhante, so I can read it out and give you answers. So that will be after tea break. So now we move on to mindful tea break. Be mindful about the taste of the tea if you drink tea, otherwise coffee or whatever it is. So if you are not mindful, what happened? If you are not mindful about the taste, what happened? You either like or dislike it. So a train of unmindful thoughts, one after the other, rise, and at some point you start, oh, I was not mindful about it. So it's okay, because breaking of mindfulness doesn't mean that bad, because you are going to be mindful about it again. So mistakes are not that bad, so they are teaching you something to be mindful. Okay, so with that, anyway, intentionally don't break your mindfulness. If it happens, do that. Otherwise, try to be mindful about each and every single emotions, actions, and everything. Okay, so we'll be here by 2:30, now 2:16, and those friends who join online can also have a tea and get ready for the Q&A session. Thank you. Okay, friends, we are going to begin the Q&A session. We may have concern and questions and comments on meditation as we practice here, or maybe you have some questions that you really need some answers. Perhaps you had those issues when you read the Dhamma or practice them in different places. So this nearly 1.5 hour session is for that. Before that, I just want to invite one of our friends to do a presentation on something important. So Bhante Panyasiri asked me to give her for 5 minutes to speak about that very important thing. So before the Dhamma discussion with question and concern, I would like her to do her presentation. Yes.
Hi, I'm Jen. Bhante asked me to share with you all something that I made with Bhante.
Questions? Do you need a question?
Bhante, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, right after.
Oh, just clip it right here. Hi.
Do you need a cushion over here?
No, that's okay.
So I've been practicing about 5 years now, and I had a lot of questions for Bhante. Oh, thank you so much. Do you mind? Yeah, if you could hold it up to the class, that would be great. It'll help me here. So I've been working on this for about, 2 years now. And I laid out the whole teaching. I listened to many, many Dhamma talks over the last 5 years at night. I listened to Bhante Punaji, Bhante Ji. I have a hard time reading, so I did a lot of just like audio books and listening. I would close my eyes and I would listen for many hours every night. And I began laying things out. And I had many questions, and Bhante Panyasiri, I came here to the temple, and he spent many, many hours with me mapping out the teaching. And it was all by hand at first, and a lot of handwritten notes. And then I brought up the map to Worcester Technical High School, and their graphic design department laid it out for me. It took them around 6 months. The class worked on it. So this is now what we have. They just completed it, this version of it, and they will go back at it again when they go back to school. There's some arrangements and things that I need to change about the map. Really, for me, I wanted to see where I was in my practice. That was really important to me. I'm a real visual person, and this was a really great process for me, and I learned so much. So yeah, Bhante wanted me to share this with you. So if you have any questions, you can ask me after class.
Jen, can you take a few minutes? What
Sure.
are the main fundamental teachings are included?
Yeah, you can explain them.
Yeah, the main topics.
Oh, the main.
Your hand will be free if you put it in the pocket.
Oh, in the pocket. Thank you. So I created a key here. So it's a map, so I have a key here. And then we have it color-coded by the fundamental teachings. So they're grouped. And the key here makes note of kind of like an overlay, if you will, of things like the jhanas, the enlightenment stages, the Eightfold Path, and so on and so forth. So what I had learned was, just as Bhante was talking about earlier, it's a process of purification and understanding. By calming our body down and purifying the mind, understanding arises. And that's exactly what was happening to me. So through that experience, like I said, I documented this, but so this whole process is about, how you purify. So kind of like pulling the weeds out of the garden. And then this part right here is about cultivation. And then through the understanding, when you start learning about right view, you learn about wholesome view. So like Bhante was talking about earlier, what was really important to me at this stage was really that wholesome view of dependent origination. So really understanding that the necessary conditions come together for things to come into being. And with that understanding, I really had a bird's eye view of my life. And I started making a lot of great changes. And that happened naturally. It's a natural, organic process, the process of enlightenment. It's like evolution. And so with right view, right here we have the Eightfold Path. It was very natural to have right speech and right action and right livelihood because of the wholesome view that I experienced. And that's really the beginning where the jhana experience happens. So I have flames here for the jhanas. And then further down the path, 7 factors of enlightenment, like Bhante was talking about, is the whole phenomenal process. Talking about the jhanas, that's in this pink part right here. And then further on up, we have all the way up to full enlightenment. So this was this is really great for me to get to that spot so that I could have that wholesome perspective. It really did change my life. And it really helped a lot of people around me too. So.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you leave it like this
sure.
for us to see?
Sure.
I think I saw this yesterday from where?
The basement.
In the basement, yes. It's a really good thing to take everything into one place and see the whole map of Buddha's teaching. I think you have taken all the aspect of the 37 factors of enlightenment here in this paper. Most of them, right?
7 enlightenment factors.
7,
Yeah.
Yeah, any of the sets of the 37 factors of enlightenment could merge everything, So when we talk about Saddharma, the maximum number Buddha talks about is 37 factors. So 7 factors of enlightenment, and when you have it, you have everything else. When you take Noble Eightfold Path, you have everything in it. So having taken at least few of the sets of the 37 factors of enlightenment, you have taken the 4 noble truths entirely. So that's very good. So you said that you are a visual person, right?
Yes, very much, yes. And there's still more to come. Bhante and I have been talking, and eventually we would like to get this into like an interactive PDF, so you'll be able to click on each of these teachings and it will open up into another map and talk about, deeper into. So we're working on getting it onto, the school is actually going to be working with me on getting it onto some type of interactive computer kind of system. Yes.
I'd love to read it. Is there a way for you to share with us? Or would you be willing to share with
Oh, of course, I would love to share it with you. We're still making some adjustments to it right now, but as soon as the school will take it back in September, they're going to make some minor adjustments to it. Everything's there. I would just like them to move a few things around, and then yes, they could probably contact you for the map. Or...
And so I want to give many thanks, Miss Jane. She worked many hours, and you know, many people ask in Bhante, where do I start the Dhamma?
Yeah.
What should I do to practice? So where am I? So you know, sometimes when we get into the car, usually we put in our GPS to our destination, right? So this is like a GPS. So now you can see yourself where you are, right? So I always encourage Miss Chen to not to include many more information into this map. So the additional information that you can find out many sources, internet, and reliable sources. So you know, still I think you can find out the fundamental teaching of the Buddhas on this map, and ultimate fully liberated, how you can practice and liberated at an enlightenment person practicing these steps. So when you refer this map, you can see some like hindrances and the noble eightfold paths. Then you can realize, this is the point, where am I right now? So sometimes you may take many hours to practice, I mean to come into certain point of your thoughts, you know, that you can feel your sense, where am I need to practice more this point. Right? You know, the Dhamma is sometimes we can go quickly to the next steps, but sometimes we have kind of knowledge but less understanding. So therefore this map would help you to practice your increase your level of understanding, because directly when you see this map you can realize it, this point, this topic, this section need to be practiced more. Spend many hours, right? So therefore you know, I assume that in my experience and as well as the Miss Jane has used many pioneer monks, Bhante, Punnaji, and the other Bhantes, you know, so this is really important to everyone, those who are interested to practice meditation and the Dhamma. Okay, so then you know where your destination. Yeah, this should help you to keep your practice well. Thank you, Ms. Jen. Thank you very much. Hopefully we will share this map to our friends. You know, still we are doing few adjustments, and the next step is the big work. It's, you know, it's so she's working on it, and she's always calling me and come to the temple me. You know, because of she created this map. Absolutely. So I want to thank once again to Ms. Jen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Bhante.
Okay, so based on various fundamental sources and also few remarkable monks' explanation, both of them had made this map for enlightenment in a great way, and I could see that you have done a great job. So yeah, everybody has to follow the path of the Buddha, as he said in the title of the whole map. to find the right tune of enlightenment. So one of the interesting thing I find, she was asking where to start and where to begin in the Noble Age. One of the places I like is Sangvara Prahana Bhavana Anurakkana. It's called 4 types of right effort. It is in the Noble Eightfold Path as the 6th factor. It is also the 3rd one of the 7 factors of enlightenment, Virya, and it is also in the 5 spiritual faculties, 5 powers, and then it has been explained as a separate section of the 37 factors of enlightenment. So we find 3 important qualities of the Noble Dhamma that has to be practiced by everybody. What are the 3? Right understanding, Sammaditthi, and right mindfulness, Sammasati, and right effort. These are the 3 cardinal principles that everybody has to practice at each level of the training to be able to complete the training. Sammaditthi, Sammavayama, Samma Sati. Right understanding, right mindfulness, right effort. So if anyone is thinking about the place to, the proper moment or place to begin the training, I think, of course, as this list says, Sammaditthi is the foremost in the training. Without Sammaditthi, you are not going to step forward in the training. And Sammaditthi is also something conditional. What Sammadhi is conditioned by? Yoniso Manasikara and Sati Sampajaya. Yoniso Manasikara, the Pali word means appropriate attention, proper wise attention, and at the same time it is linked to clear comprehension. So these are the 2 that makes the Sammaditthi a completed factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. So we know the fact that Sammaditthi should be there for everyone to begin with, along with Shraddha, the confidence. If you have no faith on this program, or the Noble Eightfold Path is a program, is a theory, it's a kind of wholesome principles, you are not going to follow it. So you should have some confidence and experience on certain things so that you follow. So Sammaditthi along with confidence and Yonuso Manasikara should be there always. With that, actually you have already begun the training. So how do we find out whether I have Sammaditthi or not? How do we find it? Do you have Sammaditthi? Do you have right understanding? Just ask these questions from you. Yes, to me, yes. Otherwise, you are not coming here to meditate, right? You have Sammaditthi, right understanding, so you thought that I should be a part of it and sign up for online and reserve the place, and you know that meditation is the key for clearing our mind from our impure thoughts, and you know that there are impure thoughts in mind. It is also Sammaditthi. Sammaditthi is being explained by the Venerable Sariputta in a very nice way in Satya Vibhanga Sutta of Majjhima Nikaya as knowing suffering as it is, the causes of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the cessation of suffering. It is Sammaditthi. So with that definition, everything is covered. Sammaditthi means being able to understand everything as it is. Therefore, the Sammaditthi and also Yoniso Manasikara is compared to the sun rising in the morning. Before sun rising, we have a kind of some light in the east sky. It's around 4 or 5, these days maybe 4 a.m. So it's a sign of rising of the sun. So Yoniso Manasikara is compared to that Arunodaya, which means the light before the sun rising. So that means the sun rising is Sammaditthi. With Sammaditthi there is no darkness. You can see everything as it is. So with Sammaditthi you can see, you can understand who you are and what you are and what kind of activities you do, whether it is wholesome or unwholesome, everything is being cleared to you. So it is true that Sammaditthi should be there. With Sammaditthi, Sangvara, Prahana, Bhavana, Anurakkhana, understanding 4 types of right effort in the list is really important. I could begin from anywhere else from the list, but one of the things she mentioned in the middle of the section is Samvara, Prahana, Bhavana, Anurakkhana. What do you mean by Sangvara, Prahana, Bhavana, Anurakkhana? Sangvara means we prevent from doing certain things that pollute our mind. So in order to prevent certain things from us, we have not to do them. So basically 5 precepts. We adhere to 5 precepts just to stop 5 wrongdoings. I abstain from killing living beings. So then you are not cultivating anger, because when you do harm other living beings, you don't do it with compassion, right? You have some sort of anger, ill will. So as a result you practice compassion. So when we take Sangvara, it always means that we try our best to avoid certain behaviors and certain mentalities that could harm us. Still they are not arising in you, they are not in your mind yet. So basically what does it mean? That you take necessary measures to stop opportunities that could unwholesome triggered in you. Still you don't have those unwholesome states, let's say sensual pleasures, let's say anger, let's say ill will, drowsiness, unmindfulness, ignorance. Suppose tomorrow you have an event, and you know who comes to the event and what you have to do there. So suppose that you have troublesome people there. Now you can sense that you are going to be angry at some point. You are going to be upset. You don't feel good as it is. So anyhow, you have to be a part of the event. If you want to apply the first one now, you make your mind ready that I become careful about them and their words and behaviors. I never let my mind to be angry. So it's a kind of Sangvara. You take measures well before the opportunity of anger comes to prevent it. Unless you have a kind of organization in your mind with thoughts, you are not going to make it. Because anger is so fast, it's an emotion that kills us immediately. So that we need to have a plan to face with anger or the opportunities of anger. That's called Sangvara. So the observing seal is a shield for us to prevent all the negativities from us. So when you know that I practice 5 principles, 8 principles, and other principles like monks and nuns, it's a kind of protection. So that's called Sangvara. Then Prahana. Suppose you are unmindful at the situation. You planned it well, but at the time you became unmindful. Or the emotion, negative emotion that triggered in your mind is so strong, so that you could not remember mindfulness, compassion, and now you are being acted by those negative emotions. Anyhow, suddenly you remember that, oh, I'm a meditator. I learned how to face with this problem. What happened to me, right? So what happened to me? Then you quickly overcome that particular negative emotion, let's say anger, because you either think about your own meditation, you remember the consequences of anger, and if I live with this is going to happen to me, I will be really upset about my own action. So somehow you manage to overcome anger by seeing the danger of anger. It's already in your mind. That's called prahana, abandoning what you have already in. Is the second effort. You tried with the first one, but when it is not working, you can apply the second right effort. Having done these two, what exactly you have? Suppose you became successful with the first one. You have now skillfulness, because you abandon, you let go of those opportunities, occasions where anger could arise. It means that you stay with original compassionate mind. You are mindful. That means you are in the kusala. You have skillfulness. Kusala supasampada. You have already taken that wholesome energy called kusala into application. So when the kusala is going to be weakened by the negative emotion, akusala is arising. All akusala means unwholesomeness. So then you tried again and overcame that anger. So now again you have kusala. In the third right effort, what we are talking about is developing the kusala. Actually, when you do the first one and second one, automatically you have been developing the third one. You have been having the third right effort. That is called Sangvara Prahana Bhavana. See, the word Bhavana is being used there for the third right effort. Bhavana means cultivating wholesomeness. That's why we use the statement made by Venerable Buddhaghosa, Bhaveti kusala dhamme aseveti vaddeti etayati bhavana. Meditation is a process to cultivate skillfulness, kusala, in mind, such as all these wonderful things mentioned in the paper. So kusala, the bhavana means cultivating our mind with wholesome qualities. So that is the right, your effort should be there always. And the fourth right effort is to maintain what you already developed in the name of kusala, which is another important effort. Right? So we are mindful now in the retreat. So what happened to us when we get into the road? Slowly our mind, get out of the particular subtle mindful state of mind, and slowly, because the mindfulness we develop, unless you are an enlightened person now, is impermanent. I don't know who you are, whether you could be the Sotapanna or Sakadagami, Anagami. I know that you are not, you won't be here if you are an Arhat, because you don't want to try out anything. If you want to help others, you might be here, but there is nothing for the Arahants to be done in the training. So we experience unmindfulness most of our life, so that it is always beneficial for us to maintain what we have gained so far. So she is reading and collecting information, drawing, and all of us do that kind of things in life, just to remind ourselves that these are the things we should have in life. That's why the Dhamma is called a gem, a medicine. We should take medicine whenever we feel not healthy, right? If we talk about our mind, it is always not healthy in some situations. So we have to drink the Dhamma medicine always. So I think if we are looking for an opportunity to see who we are and what we need to practice in the noble training, 4 type of right effort is a good place. You strive on to be mindful about what you have, what you are going to have, and if the situation is going to be really bad, you try your best to be away from it. Basically, a lot of people accumulate demerits when they get together, but this kind of gathering is wholesome always, because it's for a particular purpose. But when you go to different locations for meeting people, they are always about this and that, which we do not have a meaning. So your mind would be in 5 hindrances. The first layer of unwholesomeness we should defeat is 5 hindrances: sensual pleasures and anger or ill will, then sleepiness and drowsiness of the body and mind. It's technically called dislikeness of wholesomeness, because when you don't have that appetite for good thing, you're always towards something negative. Then restlessness and worry. Your mind is always busy with something, and therefore there is no restlessness. And then doubt. Doubt is also arising there with 1 or 2 factors. Well, basically in the 5 hindrances, the first 2 are too dangerous, too deep and widespread. If you have the first one, there will be the second one over there, and others in the set will come. So this is the first target we have to defeat, to overcome the first layer of unwholesomeness, 5 hindrances. No matter which meditation retreat you participate, whether you read a book, whether you listen to a Dhamma talks, whether you individually reflect on some aspect of Dhamma alone, your target would be to let go of the 5 hindrances. The meditation, as the Buddha said, is for this purpose. The second layer of unwholesomeness we need to defeat is fetters, sangyojana, and it could be done only when you attain to stages of enlightenment. So in between, as long as you try to let go of 5 hindrances, where you head on? She mentioned in the paper, jhana. So when you overcome the sensual pleasures, ill will, sleepiness, drowsiness, restlessness, worry and doubt, all these mentalities, you achieve concentration, samadhi in the Pali word. And concentration or samadhi has been categorized into 4: first jhana, second jhana, third jhana and fourth jhana. So leaving yourself from 5 hindrances means you are in first jhana, and with striving you can attain to the second jhana, third and fourth. So there you have the potential energy to see you who you are, and of course the 4 right effort have been clearly practiced with the abandon of 5 hindrances. So between the abandoning of 5 hindrances and letting go of fetters, you have samadhi. Of course, without samadhi experience, you cannot attain to any stage of enlightenment. So with the attainment of enlightenment, you defeat, you overcome or pull out those fetters, 10 fetters, and there you have also done with 3 types of asavas, which call, some type of type of craving that develop in you when you use your senses, asava. So asavakya jnana, at the time the Buddha attained to full enlightenment, he did this, and all the arahants did that. The kind of attachment, clinging is completely destroyed towards the body and mind. So that is being done. So these are the layers of craving we need to deal with. And samadhi again, with samadhi, with yoniso manasikara, we are checking our mind, ourselves, whether we have this. That is why this kind of work, academic work, is important for everyone. By definition, you know what this is, right? How many of you remember or can say the Noble Eightfold Path by heart? I think many of you, all of you, right? So the significant thing is that you know what it is technically and theoretically, so that you can use it. Because in one side you have the Dhamma, as the Buddha said, based on suttas, based on teachers' explanation and so forth. On the other side, you know what exactly happening in your mind. So when you look at your mind, you take elements of Dhamma to face with those challenges. So it's just like you take a kind of tools to fight with that particular enemy called unwholesomeness, right? So therefore, in one sense, what we are doing here is sharpening our tools of Dhamma to fight with the negative emotions. So what are the tools we all should have in mind? Sammaditthi, right understanding, right effort, sammavayama, right mindfulness. They are very powerful weapons. So if you are lack of weapons, what happened to you in the battle? You will be a victim of the enemy. That's why the Buddha actually said this is a battle, it's a warfare within. So to begin with the discussion, I took that from her drawing, and it's really nice. Once again, I thank you. And since this is a discussion, so let's move on to discuss things. Otherwise, I have so many things to share. I came with my pad, which I have made similar things many times. But it's 3:20 now, and Bhante has instructed us to finish this before 4. So we have roughly 40 minutes. Any questions?
But I have a question. When you mentioned described about the walking meditation, you mentioned that synchronizing walking with the breath. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's not purely in the text, I would say that. Not in the suttas, where the Buddha talks about walking meditation. However, skillful teachers in the tradition have developed that method to do various things at the same time. So in order for you to synchronize your breathing style along with the step, you have to walk very slowly, otherwise you are not going to do that. Very slowly. I think the way we walk quite close to it, but I think the breathing, you are not going to go to details of each and every single breath because your body is moving, and we should be careful not to fall down. And at the same time, how could we measure all the single breaths rising and passing? So, but into a certain extent, we can be mindful about, let's say, you lift your right foot and start in breath, and then when you place it, ending of in breath, and at the same time you lift your left foot and starting of out breath. So moving your left leg forward, and when you place it, you can end out breath. Again, your right leg is start lifting, starting of in breath again. So somehow you have to find that tune. So with practice you can do it, but it's not in the text. If you go to forest monasteries where walking meditation is highly recommended, and of course everybody has to do it for the sake of good health, for the sake of fighting with hindrances and so forth. Some monks, some lay people there walk faster. Their intention is only walking. That is what we find in the Satipatthana Sutta. Gacchanto va gacchami iti pajana. That's all. When you walk back and forth, the only idea you keep in mind is walking. If you added the vipassana into it, just the body is walking, not skeleton like body is walking. Only movements are there. So that's how you cross over the mundane truth to supramundane experiences. So conventional way is I walked back and forth, but from the Paramattha Sattva, absolute way, you let go of those identification, and just the body walked. The four elements made by four elements, the body is walking. So the answer is that as I understand, I have meditated with Venerable Bhante Punnaji and also Bhante Ji and many monks, Eastern and Western. So we, from all these experiences, I know that you can synchronize your breathing with the steps. That's all. Yeah. How did the meditation work for you today? We all know that it's a training period, and it's a, one day is a good time, but with regard to all the aspect of the Dhamma, it's not enough. So usually start the meditation with usual simple steps, just like the ocean, and when we move forward, the steps are deep, and you have to be skillful to go into deep level of samadhi. At least overcoming 5 hindrances is really good, so that we can practice seeing things as they are. How did you do? Any questions? How often you get together to discuss Dhamma? How is it happening always? Maybe not with the monks always, but at some point you have a friend or whoever knows about Dhamma to discuss? Because it's very important. One of the monks at the time of the Buddha, actually he was an attendant to the Buddha well before Venerable Ananda. His name is Venerable Meghiya. So he was with the Buddha one day at a very nice place. That area is very woody and very nice area, called Kimikala. And Venerable Meghiya found out a place, it's a mango garden, and he thought that I should go there and meditate, because I have to do things in the training. Then he got the opportunity to talk to the Buddha after the midday meal, and immediately Buddha's response was negative. He said, "Don't go. You are not quite ready for that journey into enlightenment, despite the place for meditation." However, Venerable Meghiya was very anxious and very eager to go. He said that, "Venerable Sir, you don't have anything to do in the training. You are the Supreme Buddha. But who am I? I have to do so many things. I am still an average person in the training. Let me go." So after a request for 3 times, Buddha said, "Okay, if you ask me to ask my permission to go meditate and attain enlightenment, why should I stop you?" Venerable Meghiya went to that mango garden, which is beautiful, very nice, and prepared his seat for meditation, and he sat down and started meditation. Remember, this monk is with the Buddha always, and he came to the order with so much confidence about the training. He had Shraddha perfectly. That's why he wants to attain enlightenment quickly. Unfortunately, he did not experience anything significant except sensual pleasures, ill will, and sometimes his mind goes to cruel thoughts. He cannot imagine what happened to him. Earlier he did not experience such bad thoughts even out of meditation. But as soon as he sat down and started meditation, his mind is in a storm, is in a real battle. He tried several hours and came to the Buddha and said that, Bhante, I was like in hell. I didn't do anything significant in the training. Then the Buddha silently said, that's why I told you not to go. You have no qualities yet for a long journey in enlightenment. You lack of certain things. But then the Buddha explained 5 things that everybody should practice before taking a meditation subject and meditate. These are really important. The first one is Kalyana Mitta, good friendship. We have a lot of friends at the office, in the society, in various places, but they are not considered as wholesome as we talk about with the name Kalyana Mitta. Kalyana Mitta or wholesome friends always help you cultivate wholesomeness in mind. They are not taking you to cultivate sensual pleasures. They are not supporting you anything that are not related to your training. So they always push you to do good things. So Venerable Meghiya was not listening to the Buddha. Actually, the Buddha asked Venerable Meghiya to wait for somebody to go with him, because in the training you should have someone who is reliable to share your experience, and in certain occasion we do not really know what happened to us, but our friend who knows the Dhamma could help us understand what happened to us. And the encouragement and the support given by the friend will be the cause for us to move forward from there. So that we all should have at least one or two people. Perhaps the books you have, the suttas you refer to, the talks you listen to from long distance would be a good friend for you. So anything reliable like this would be helping you and putting you on the right place. Along with Yoniso Manasikara, the proper attention, the Buddha said that even the Kalyana Mitta quality or the wholesome friendship is just like the that particular thing before the sun rising, and it is the foundation of spirituality. There is no any alternatives. So Venerable Meghiya was asked to develop that quality more, the Kalyana Mitta qualities. Then having this Kalyana Mitta association very much, we should be able to develop Sila Vahoti, being able to morally good on everything. When you consume your food, clothes and other important things, and you should be able to be restrained through senses. That's one of the important things. Being able to discipline with seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching and thinking is the beginning of this wonderful training. In Samyutta Nikaya, where in one of the discourses there, Buddha talks about a very interesting thing. A person came to the Buddha and asked the shortcut for Nibbana. Do you like to have shortcut? Yeah, we like to have shortcut, right? Why do we have long cuts? We should have long shortcuts. It's to me that he asked, I cannot do all these things you mentioned, like bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, so tell me a shortcut to nirvana. It's like, it's a mathematic way of explanation, So if you have 6 things, you are going to have 3 things. And if you complete 3 things, you are going to have 4. And if you are going to have 4, you are going to have 8. And with 8, you are going to have 7. With 7, you are going to have 2. And when you have these 2, last 2, you are in nirvana. And that's shortcut. Yeah, it takes only 1 minute to explain, right? 6 things, 3, 4, 8, 7, 2 and 1. 1 is nirvana. What is this? Right, the 6th thing is the sense restraint, discipline, indriya sangvara in Pali. Being able to, I would say, control or restrain the seeing, your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind. That is what the last discourse of Majjhima Nikaya says, Indriya Bhavana Sutra. So you are to meditate on what is seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching and thinking. And that is the same thing the Buddha asked Venerable Daruchirya to do. And he got enlightened there. So 6 things are 6 sensory restraint. And what are the 3? The wholesome behavior physically, mentally and verbally. When you have that sense restraint, your speech, your actions, your verbal actions, your thinking, all 3 becomes wholesome. And completion of these 3 paves the way for having 4. What is that? 4 foundation of mindfulness, satipatthana. Mindfulness on body, mindfulness on feeling, mindfulness on mind, and mindfulness on Dhamma or phenomena called mental state. See that satipatthana could not be practiced directly by anyone. You have to have some preparedness. You have to be prepared for that. So a lot of people, when they hear about meditation, meditation is for peace and happiness and you can solve all the problems. That's how people hear. And they start meditation immediately. No generosity is being practiced, no moral principles are being taken into consideration, no faith or no other things. Meditation doesn't work for them. It could be just to relax and just to be simple, but the meditation is for not just that type of immediate short term happiness. It is for something greater. So that's why satipatthana is for somebody who knows something. So 6 things are being completed, so that you have 3 things now, and with the completion of 3 you are heading to 4 things and you master on that. And then when you complete the 4, what you have is 8. That is, with the 8 we know what it is, the Noble Eightfold Path. Practicing the 4 foundation of mindfulness is the path to practice or complete the Noble Eightfold Path. And when you have 8, the 7 factors of enlightenment is been achieved. And with the 7 factors of enlightenment, Vijja Vimutti, there are 2 important things. Vijja is being able to see everything as it is. The knowledge is arisen of and on everything. And Vimukti means liberation. So the quality of Nirvana is nothing but the knowledge is there about everything and the liberation. So when that person didn't understand the shortcut, then he asked the Buddha to explain it. So Buddha explained everything there. This means that there are no shortcuts, unfortunately. Everybody has to do the same thing. So Venerable Megya was encouraged and re-explained the necessity of being Silava. For monks, there are 4 types of Sila: Indriya Sangvara Sila, Pratya Sannita Sila, Ajiva Parisuddha Sila and Pratimoksha Sangvara Sila. For you, you don't have. Are we use material things only for survival? No. Not at all. We just use them just for fun, just to entertain us. That is killing the quality of enlightenment. Yes.
I'm totally a newbie here. Can you talk a little bit more about what is enlightenment? What does it feel
Yeah.
like? What is it like in this world?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Enlightenment, that's the English term for nirvana or nibbana. If I explain enlightenment in a short and very simple way, it is the absence of greed, hatred, and ignorance in mind. Greed, hatred, ignorance, lobha, dosa, moha are the root cause of all kinds of suffering. In Buddhism, the greed or lobha is a root which gives birth to many unwholesome states. And the hatred or vyapada, it could be ill will also, it is a root for many unwholesomeness. It could give birth to many unwholesome states. And ignorance, avidya. Ignorance does not mean not knowing what the weather is today. And suppose you are a accountant, you do not know about politics in the world. That is, you are ignorant about politics. That is not the ignorance we are talking about with the word ignorance in Buddhism. It is not knowing the reality, it's not knowing the way to differentiate the conventional truth from absolute truth. So it is a root cause of suffering. Not knowing what is happening in mind, not knowing how to differentiate real peace and happiness from unwholesomeness is ignorant. So when the first root of unwholesomeness exists and started existing, the second and third also followed by that. So they are working together. So ending of these three unwholesome roots, greed, hatred, ignorance, is called nirvana, nibbana. Therefore, what is being enlightened then? It is your mind. When a person attains to enlightenment, nobody can watch it because it's a total transformation of your mind from unwholesomeness to wholesomeness. Do you have an idea about what enlightenment?
Yeah, definitely better than before.
Yeah. So the very word enlighten, light means total total opposite of darkness, right? Light. When you have light, you can see everything as it is. So you enlighten your mind, which means before you had the darkness, you do not know anything, you are not aware of what is happening in you, but with the enlightenment, you switch on so that you can see everything in the room, right? So how do we make our mind enlightened? With mindfulness. When there is no mindfulness, what is there? Unmindfulness. When there is no right understanding, what is present there? Wrong understanding. When there is no right speech, what is always there? Wrong speech, wrong action, wrong effort, wrong concentration. So is it happening here that some people take guns and kill deer in November? It is happening always in Canada. So when you take the gun and kill a deer or any animal, you have a mindfulness, isn't it? You walk slowly and take the target and you are so mindful about the target. That's wrong mindfulness because the intention is really bad, to harm somebody. Suppose somebody who is terrorizing the society with guns and things, they are so mindful about the presence of the police and any security agency. They take all the measures mindfully, walk mindfully. That's wrong mindfulness. How about if we do something really bad, we are mindful about our parents' presence and see whether they are coming and hide things. So we have to have mindfulness, but it's wrong. So with enlightenment we have no wrong. That's why the Noble Eightfold Path is always used right before each factor. Venerable Punyaji used harmonious, right? So when we have it, we harmonize our thoughts, which means we tend to keep them on the cool, calm, pleasing mode always. So enlightenment is not happening always, it is through practice. So it is something always beneficial. It happens always in the mind. Being an arahant or being an enlightened person means you totally cleans your mind from wrong things so that you have right thing. And actually enlightenment even beyond right thing. You are not, before enlightenment you are conditioned. You could be changed by something, some forces. But once you reach that level called enlightenment, you have gone beyond the conditional level. Yeah, first, have you been to, let's say, have you been to, can you tell me where you never been yet? Like, have you been to Sri Lanka? No? So now I explain what Sri Lanka is. So it's a country like this. In the middle of it you have a huge mountain, and top of it you have a beautiful glass house, and you can go in and see all around. And now you are projecting it, right? With the mountain you have seen, with the glass houses you have seen, it could be this and that, with the experience you already got. Why do I say this? Because everybody pictured about enlightenment well before attain to it, right? So attainment to enlightenment happens when only you imagine about enlightenment. Oh, enlightenment is something like no greed, no hatred, no frustration. When I am enlightened, I have no worries about anything. Now, do you have anything to worry now? Like so many things, right? But when you attain to enlightenment, you don't have anything, any of those things. So that's how we make our mind to go into nirvana well before attain to nirvana. Suppose the Kalyana Mitta, the good friend who has been talking about enlightenment, is a trustworthy person for us. Suppose your mom and dad or who else you trust so much. When these people tell you something, do you doubt about them or what they are telling about? No, because they are our people. They are the people whom I trust very much in life. The reason why I trust them, because they have said this and that, they have done this and that, and that's true. They are good for me. Likewise, the Buddha, the enlightened people, and people who have been telling this story over and over should be considered as our Kalyanamitta, good friend, because they are talking about something peaceful. Even before you attain to enlightenment, even an iota of enlightenment, a glimpse of nirvana or enlightenment doesn't come to you, you can picture that it is right. Why? Because Samadhi has arisen with the message. The basis for you to believe on this, just because you have so many problems, mental, physical, social, family problems, global problems. Sometimes people's problems are not theirs, they are global issues, right? So there are enough reasons for us to believe on, trust on the mentality called nirvana in us, because there are so many bad things going on. Yeah.
I have a question related to that. How do I handle other people's anger and frustration better instead of getting dragged into it? How do I stay mindful in face of that?
there is no way for us to handle others' angers, right? But there are things we can do when others are angry. It's just like fire outside, right? So first and foremost, we should consider whether we take the fire around us into our mind. They are like poisons. So do we need to drink poisons just because they exist in the vicinity of our place and our living? Anyhow, it's a real problem. When people mad at us, it affects to us if we are unmindful. I think there are so many things we can do. First, we have to be knowledgeable and aware of what we can do to prevent anger within, and then we can find a way to avoid anger of other people, angry people. First, we have to learn how we recognize anger when it arises. What causes anger, come in. And if you are able to understand those things, there you have some measures to prevent anger. I think short term you can practice these things, but for the long term you can practice metta. You can understand, I'm not living forever, I live only for a short period of time, so that why should I be angry, why should I be upset over losing things? Maybe lot of wishes, good expectation may make us angry sometimes, because we have a lot of expectation in us to fulfill, and when we don't find opportunities to fulfill them, we become angry with ourselves or with somebody else. Sometimes we become angry with the cup also, right? You are trying to put it on the top cupboard and it's not always up to the level you want, and you become angry with the cup, you throw it away. You become angry with water, you become angry with the candle, you become angry with the fan, you become angry with the computer sometimes, right? The phone, when it's stuck, you want to find out a number, but it's not coming as you become angry with nobody, but with the material things. So we have to understand whether anger has given any significant thing to our life. Not at all. Sometimes people argue that some anger are really good. Parents always say that some type of anger should be there always for us to control children, to put them in the right track. But if there is such thing, Buddha could have explained to us. Anger is, whether anger has some positive connotation, it is really bad, because first you get the fire, and now you are being in a position to share it, which is really bad. So those people who are always angry as a habit are toxic. You should be away from them if possible. So first I told you to be mindful about it, and you will see then some type of measures to overcome. And if everything is not working alone, just have Kalyana Mitra who knows about those method of overcoming anger, because this is a huge step, living with Kalyana Mitras, associating good friend who cool down your anger, not putting fuel to anger. Okay, then listen to some Dhamma talks that gives you enough evidence, enough reference, practical way of cooling down your mind, so that you are slowly, step by step, become equipped with measures of overcoming anger. Yeah, it's a huge topic, because a lot of suttas are there in the text that talks about anger, ill will. And one thing I want to add, why anger in us? Because we have expectation, sensual pleasure. Because of tanha, craving, too much expectation, we have anger. Otherwise anger cannot exist in us, because anger always comes into us when we don't see things happen accordingly. Yeah. So we'll have another 5 minutes.
What's the origin of fear and how do we overcome that?
What, say it again.
The fear.
Yeah.
The origin of the fear and how do we overcome it?
Tanhaya jayati bhayam. Right? The craving itself is the cause for fear. We have something to protect. That's why fear is coming. If you don't have anything to protect, anything to any expectations, there is no fear. So the root cause of fear is attachment, craving, desire, unwholesome desire, greed. Those are the root cause of fear. Do you find fear as an unwholesome state in the, yeah, it's fine, but if you look at the 5 hindrances, you don't have it. If you look at 10 fetters, if you look at asavas, underlying tendencies, by that name fear, you don't have anything. But fear is spreaded. It's like cancer. Fear is a result of having all these negativities. We have fear of, when we talk about losing self view, people become afraid of it. That's why some people who do not understand Buddha's philosophical teaching do not want to follow it, because it destroyed self view, self. People are fear of it. When you say that you are going to find no one in you, people become afraid of it. So the fear is because of craving, basically, the lobha. And I think until you attain full enlightenment, you have it. Even an anagami, into a certain extent, very little, very thin layer he has about fear, still he has some. You are.
How important is the posture, like the
posture? Very good. When you are able to sit properly with upright body and stay for, let's say, 30 minutes, 40 minutes without any pain, it boosts your energy to practice meditation. It's really important. Let me tell you a short story within 2 minutes. There was a monk who cannot meditate at all. Being a monk doesn't mean that you can meditate, right? So this monk is unable to sit properly, and not necessarily to talk about how you manage your mind, mental state. Unless you are able to sit, how could you do something in the meditation? So this monk thought that I should he went to many teachers within the monastery to get advice how to overcome this problem, but he was unable to. Of course, teachers gave instruction, but they are not fitting for him. So one day he thought that I should sit with some challenges. So he went to the hall where those posts in line, and it's a huge hall. You have those concrete posts. He thought that I cannot sit because of bodily pain and because of sleepiness. Of course, he is always drowsing. Within 5 minutes he is going to sleep, right? So he sat down in front of the concrete post. It is very close to his face, like this. Started meditation. Now his mind knows that there is a concrete post in front of him, and if he is sleeping like this, what happened? So he is fearful about, fear. So now, anyway, he is very keen not to sleep, of course sleep, but not to fall in front of him, because of that idea of the concrete force. But anyway, he is leaning this way and that way, and sometime back. So he made a nice plan. he took 3 woods, 2 by 2 I guess, and he put 3 knives on top of it, and they are height this much, and he put those 3 wood with knife on top, both this side and the other one is back side. In front of him there is a concrete post. Now he sit on meditation. Now he knows that there are 4 dangerous things around him, and if he fall, sleep, is going to experience something very painful. So not only he overcame sleepiness, he was able to sit, because if he leans this way or that way, it's not good for him. So he deceived his mind. His mind was ignorant, his mind was not having so much Dhamma and particularly strength to sit down for a certain period of time and meditate. With that arrangement, he was able to overcome the sleepiness as well as that discomfort in sitting. After several weeks, he is sitting without any of those things. This story tells us that how important the sitting posture. That's why we always encourage all of you to walk as a habit for exercise, do some yoga, go to gym, not for making your muscles. We don't recommend it, but just to keep your body healthy, particularly to meditate. So I don't take full lotus posture, my leg has a problem, but half lotus, quarter lotus is quite matching for me, and I can stay in that posture for hours if everything. When I do my own meditation, I'm quite used to it, but when I guide, I have a different mindset to guide, so that I can stay maybe 1 hour and 15 minutes without any problem. So having this posture very well without any problem is an encouragement to meditate, right? But those who have no practice on it will experience pain in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Now you are struggling. Unless you know how to meditate on feeling, Vedananupasana, you are going to make a mess. Lot of hindrances coming. And I know that elderly people cannot sit like us, so that don't try to adventure. So try to keep cushions and take a chair or a table, whatever it is, to make your posture comfortable, and do it. But at the same time, I emphasize the fact that sitting with cross leg, keeping your body in a relaxed way is a great thing for meditation. Yeah. So we have 1 minute. Bhante Panyasri asked me to have the discussion Q&A session because it is an interesting part in the retreat to know each other and share our insight. But I know the fact that 1 hour or 1 hour and 15 minutes is not enough for a lengthy discussion. You see that paper? Lot of Dhamma to discuss and to explore. So there is a huge part in you to learn them, to discuss with your friends and know them on your own. This kind of retreats are only session that allows you to know additional things and to practice out for something greater. Okay, having said that, I just want to conclude our retreat. How many of you stay for the next event? The Vasaradhana, it's a formal invitation for monks to observe. So there they have the chance of observing 5 precepts, otherwise we can give 5 precepts back to you, because you in the morning you observe 8 precepts, which means you promise yourself to follow the 8 precepts, and traditionally when you go out of the program and out of the monastery, you observe 5 precepts again, just to give an kind of alarm or message that this is the basic principles I practice. If I emphasize the importance of 5 precepts be well before you take it, that's really good. It means that you are morally wholesome when you understand that I am away from harming living beings but practice compassion, when I am away from stealing even an idea but practice generosity, and so on. Your mind quickly and smoothly goes to qualities of samadhi. The sila is so important for all of us. So that's why we observe 5 precepts on daily basis. Before that, I just want to thank Venerable Panyasiri for inviting me to come to New England Buddhist Vihara and Meditation Center for this retreat. As I said, it happens in February this year. That's why we were able to organize it well and myself could come here. And since then he contacted me several times to discuss about nitty-gritty things of the retreat, and I came to know how dedicated he is. When I came here 2 days ago, he worked so hard. Actually, I am also living in a monastery similar to this, but I have 2-3 monks and several people, but he also had Venerable Sri Vimala along with some people. He worked so hard to make this retreat happen in this way, and I really appreciate that. It's a gift for me also to share the Dhamma, and it's a meritorious deed in return for me to make my practice fulfill. So I kindly once again remember the great service of Venerable Panyasiri and also the resident monk Bhante Sri Vimala. May they be able to complete their training in the Noble Eightfold Path and attain Nirvana in this very life. With this wholesome thought, say sadhu, 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 sadhu. And the coordinators of the retreat, whoever it is, and also those people who offer us lunch and also beverages, tea, coffee, whoever worked so hard for that, even who do not come here and help Venerable Panyasiri, may they also receive blessings, may they be well, happy and peaceful. And those who help you to come to this retreat, it could be your family member, it could be your friend, whoever support you, just be mindful about their well-being and happiness and share the merits with them. May they be well, happy and peaceful too. And let's share the merits with your departed relatives and also divine being who likes this place and who like you very much, and may they receive these merits, particularly those departed relatives. It could be your mother and father, your brother and sister, friend, relative, whoever it is. May they be well, happy and peaceful. May they receive these merits to make their way to Nirvana. And those divine beings who like us help themselves with these merits. May they complete their training towards Nirvana. With this wholesome thought in mind, to share the merits with those departed relatives and divine beings, say sadhu, 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 sadhu. Finally, all of you, I know that you are really dedicated. I am amazed with the way you participated in the retreat with noble silence. I know that you should you have that sticker over here, and it should be in your mind always now, from now on. What is the meaning of noble silence? Noble silence is attained by somebody when they let go of 5 hindrances. When you are in the first jhana, when you are in samadhi, that's the moment you have noble silence. But we have complete silence. Complete silence means when we do not talk, when you do not split words, but our mind is talking. Our mind is always wandering, talking here and there. It's just like monkey. There you don't have noble silence, but you have complete silence. The differences between complete silence and noble silence should be understood. So you have I think you had noble silence with the meditation, and try to keep it up. And having that type of participation in the retreats help us practice our own Dhamma. And I think Bhante Panyasri and the other Bhante also appreciate your participation very much, and those friends who join with us online. You are not left out with these wonderful things. Being at your own place, you meditated from the very beginning, and whatever you developed is for you, and may you also be well, happy and peaceful. And those friends who present here, I really bless you for well-being and happiness, and may your meditation practice, whether it is concentration method or insight method, may it come fruitful always, and may you be able to attain complete nirvana in this very life. With this wholesome thought, I say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now say Namo Tassa 3 times to observe 5 precepts, and after Namo Tassa you can repeat after me. Put your hands together. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sam. Repeat after me. Buddhang Saranang Gacchami. Dhammang Saranang Gacchami. Sanghang Saranang Gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddhang Saranang Gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammang Saranang Gacchami. Dutiyampi Sanghang Saranang Gacchami. Tatiyampi Buddhang Saranang Gacchami. Tatiyampi Dhammang Saranang Gacchami. Tatiyampi Sanghang Saranang Gacchami. Panatipata Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Adinnadana Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Kamesu Micchācara Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Musavada Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Surameraya Majjapama Dattana Veramani Sikkhapadang Samadhiyami. Tisaranena sadding panchasilang dhammang samadhitva sadhukang surakkitang katva appamadena sampadeta. My wish is, may you be well, happy and peaceful physically and mentally. May you be able to practice the Dhamma as much as you can, always with the advice of venerable monks, and also may you be able to read through all the wonderful teachings of the Buddha. Most importantly, may you have wholesome friendship, and may you be able to reflect well based on the Buddha's teaching, and finally, may you attain nirvana in this very life. With this wholesome thought in mind, I am reciting the concluding stanzas. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakkantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada sutti bhavantu te sabba dhammanubhavena sada sutti bhavantu te sabba sanghanubhavena sada sutti bhavantu te Abhivadana silissa niccang vaddapachayino chattaro dhamma vaddanti ayuvanno sukhang balang ayurarogya sampatti sagga sampatti mevacha ato nibbana sampatti iminate samijjatu.
Well, thank you everyone. Thank you Bhante for giving us a great spiritual guidance today to our spiritual friends. So many of our friends are coming to the Wednesday session meditation programs, and I know that you yourself you've been practicing meditation and investigation Dhamma in your day-to-day life. So today is a very special day to us. Bhante Jinananda, he accepted our invitation and he guided us today. So we are wishing him good health and long life and the ultimate attain bliss of Nibbana. Right? So thank you Bhante. Thank you very much. Well friends, so now we conclude the retreat, and the next I don't know how many of you are planning to stay for the next session is starting maybe scheduled on 5 p.m. The Vassana, the rains retreat invitation ceremony. If you would like, you can stay for that invitation ceremony as well. Thank you everyone, and may you be well, happy and peaceful. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.